probably cause some reverbs. Why is my headphones not connected? Why are you not connected? Why? What is happening to you? Okay. It's working now. It's working. Okay, it works. Stream is working. Let me send it to some folks. Okay, so today's goal is to continue working on my chesscraft project. How do I start it? What is it called? Storyboard something? Just storyboard. Okay. Yes. Okay. What to bring over? This one to bring over. Right. So last time I was able to do like a bunch of basic modifications. So I was able to add like I was able to add full rows and full columns. And I was able to like edit the notations. So you can see that the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the capital A and stuff is working correctly. When I was thinking about the project offline, I realized that my modified fen notation is kind of incomplete. Um, Kind of incomplete because in a scenario where I don't have to add full rows, I have to add like chunks of rows. Not chunks of rows, chunks of squares. Let's say, for example, I want to add like 3 squares, and then there's a gap, and then I want there to be 2 squares, right? I cannot really encode that in my existing fen string because it relies on these anchors. So, for example, the anchor for my A file is $. So the piece slash square that is at the A file will be preceded by the dollar. So for example, this row corresponds to, this is White's view, right? This row should correspond to this rook. So the $sign is on the A file. Similarly, this stuff, the last row is $sign and then 9 empty squares. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then this one before signifies that this square is before the A file. So this has a singular anchor point, but let's say I want to have not 9 empty squares, but like 9 nothing, so 7 nothing, and then I want to have 2 empty squares. There's no way for me to encode that in right now unless I define something for signifying an empty square, which not the simplest way I can think of. Sorry, not empty square, a non-existent square. So the simplest way I can think of doing that is just defining a new character called E, which signifies a square that is not existing on the board but still occupies space, so I can have like empty space. It just signifies empty space basically, not an empty square. Yeah, so I want to first of all figure that out. The idea is simple, that like I will have, for example, so I don't want to have like normally empty squares are signified by numbers, and you can very easily compress that in the sense that if you have 9 empty squares, you can just write 9. And I don't want to parse that in any way with I don't want the empty space to have some compression in any way in the sense I don't want to write logic for let's say like 3e and then 6. I don't want to have some logic where if e is preceded by a number, I have to multiply this empty space by 3. I want to keep it simple and just do e. That's the plan. And if there's like 4, 5, which is going to be this, granted that the fen string could be compressed to a smaller length, I am choosing to make that trade-off for simpler code, basically. That's the idea. Right. That is agenda number 1. Agenda number 2 will be to support. So right now my UI does not support squares that are off the grid, meaning that if I want to say, for example, have this whole last row shifted just 1 to the left, I cannot do that right now in my UI because it's just very rigid flex boxes, and I'm iterating through like a flex box. So I want to add that support, those 2 things. I think if I add these 2 things, no, there's one more thing. Wait, let me note that down. Wait, so we can so first I want to support empty space in fen. Second, I want to support non-row squares, basically. Non-row or just dynamic squares. Third, I want to be able to add support to add set squares in the UI itself. So basically when you hover like around the board, I want there to be like a outline of a square that when I click gets added to the board. So that's what I want to do. So UI for adding squares. Right, so I think after these 3 tasks are done, my UI will basically be done, and I can move on to actually coding the chess logic and the player logic and stuff, timers, online support and stuff. But this, I guess, is the most what you call experimental work that I still have to get done. So yes, okay. So first of all, the E, right? So there's 2 places where I'm parsing that fen string. One is that chess context thing, Here I'm parsing it here. So I have to update this to account for my empty squares, this function. Okay, we'll see how to do that. Right, so if there's an empty square, actually I may not need to edit this. The output of this will not change. Board position will still have only shows the square and the piece in the square, so I don't really need to worry about empty spaces here, except for when I am deriving the square itself, right? So it will probably affect some logic here. Let me understand what this is doing. Square, column notation, current row index. Okay. Current row index starts from right, then it goes downwards, and then column index has some start value. Okay, if I will index squares before marker, I'm simply adding any letter plus 1. Okay, this makes sense. Otherwise I'm adding the number itself. Okay, right, so I don't have to change this because this will match my E character. Sure. But I do have to probably change. Am I editing this column index? Yes, this number of empty square. So every number will add 1 here. Else, oh, so this will be either number, or if it is E, then also I simply just keep adding 1. Okay. Or row of J equal to E in both these scenarios. So, but then this I want to do, okay, I think I should just do it as another branch instead of doing it here. So else if something else this, right? So else this if is no, this is E. Yes, correct. Right. Maybe this should be a switch case, but I'm not worrying about clean code as of now. I just want it to work. Does that work for rows as well? Is my question. No, I mean columns as well. Can I have empty things? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. It works, I think. Right. So this gives me a correct thingy. So let's try it out. So I think I am printing the object. Yes, I'm printing this here. What I want to try out is stories. I want to try out let's say instead of this I have a 8 and a white rook. Is that a white rook? I think it's a white rook. So that will look like this. Okay, and then instead of 8, yeah, but if I change it now, will it break my UI code? Squares. It might break my UI code actually. Yeah, this function. I do not want to look at this function. But I mean, okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Might just completely break. So instead of 8 empty squares, I want 3 empty spaces and then 5 empty squares. Okay, that didn't break my UI code, which is lovely, and it should still give me the correct object. I think it is, because this rook is placed correctly. On I0. Yeah, okay, cool. That works then. Then I just simply have to change my UI code to account for this. Now how to do that? So, so first I have to define what an empty square will look like, which means I have to edit this empty space square. What is this square now? I have to start understanding this code. Custom square. I don't want. It's a div. I don't want to understand this logic just yet. Click on context menu, right? So if there's a custom square, which we don't have to worry about now, right, but where is custom square coming from? Custom square. Would you be no custom square being passed, right? Yes, this is if the user wants to define their own square. Should I use? I don't know if I should use. What is this size function? Width by 8. Okay, understand. Size center. Display flex, justify content center. This is some pre-move logic. Then children should be piece. Yeah, okay. Okay, I honestly don't understand what is happening here. Is this not the same? Square ref as any style. What is additional is the square and square. Okay, so what is custom square defined here somewhere? Custom square. Custom square. values. What are you doing with this? Okay, so it's just a div. It's just a div. Understand? Sure. Understand. It's just a div with this size. So width and height is the board size, board width by 8. That makes sense. And then content is center, and then square has remove square, custom square styles dot square. I think that is empty, right? By default. No, context just props custom square styles. Yeah, it's empty by default, so we don't really have to worry about that. It's a very simple square, right? So now, if it is empty, okay, if it's empty, simply I just wanted to have a background, transparent background, right? Okay, maybe I should add a new prop here called is empty space boolean, right? And then in this is empty space. I should probably add this the way they're doing it. This is cool. I like what they're doing. Empty space is equal to is empty space boolean. If so, I will return or I can do that shorthand thing they're doing, which is cool. Background color. No, how to make a div transparent? How to wait? Oh, how are they doing background color actually? Yeah, how? Oh, there's a default square style. Okay. Border radius. Border orientation square equal to A1. Border orientation white. Border radius. Oh, there's some border radius stuff. If no custom border radius, return empty. Okay, we can ignore this. I'm not gonna make any border radiuses. Square is black. Custom dark square style. Custom dark square style. Why does it keep going away? My context. Chessboard context. I think okay, I'm just gonna assume all these are empty for now. I think these are all for the user to pass in. Right? What is the default behavior is my question. So if square color, where is square color coming from? Square color is coming from props. Okay, but this is empty, I suppose, right? Custom. Oh no, it's not. Okay, cool. So this is a, what color is this? This should be a VS Code extension to do this, but it's some reddish color. And what color is this? I'm so baffled. What do you mean? Both are reddish. Mine. Oh, pre-move color. Yes. Right, square color, not the pre-move color. Yes. That makes sense to me. And then the light square color is Yeah, okay, understand. Understand. Um, yeah, so okay, what if I just don't have a color for it? I mean, by default it is transparent, right? And it does have some width. Okay. So if I say I don't want it to have any of these properties if it is an empty space, basically. An empty space. I can actually remove this. I don't need this. It will basically be here in the default square style. Or should it not be there? Make div transparent. Maybe it shouldn't be there. It's what? Opacity, right? It also will affect the content, which is what I need. Uh, opacity CSS. So opacity 0 will just make it, understand? Opacity 0. Okay, cool. But it will still have a width, right? Does that make sense? It does. Okay, nice. That's what I need. Okay, so maybe I should add that const empty space equal to is empty space, and then opacity empty space is 0, otherwise it's 1, and then I will add that to here. Right? And I also need to add it here. Where did it go? Is empty space. Okay, there we go. Now in my render function thingy, I will need to account for those e's. This is square. No, I want the squares. Yes, okay. is empty space. I will just make it false for now. If it is false, then nothing should change in my chessboard. Everything should be fine. Okay. Now this will be true in if we find an e in this square, right? So let me try to re-understand what's going on in this stuff. So it's very cold. I'm gonna turn off the AC. Be right back. Okay. All right. Okay, so where was I? We don't need this yet. Right, so if I find there, they are simply using I was simply using the current position to render this, but I still I still need to set the is empty space value. So it should, I guess, should be here. Cat square. Maybe not. Okay, how am I doing the R and C, right? So num rows is coming from this length. Okay, sure. I can easily just index modified Venn rows with this to get the row I'm in. And then is C actually giving me the num calls? How am I doing num calls? This is a little complex, right? Match this. Okay, 0 dot split. Okay, if it is a perfect, wow, perfect. And then if it is a okay, so perfect. So now I have to find if that specific square is empty. So for that, I think I just make a new function that takes this function is empty squares. Yes, correct. Okay, let's see. Wow. Match is not row split. Then 0. Now this is wrong. This is wrong. So what I want to do instead is I want to iterate through this row split. Sure, I can call it row split. Iterate through this row split, and then let's do this actually. Let call index is equal to 0, and then I will do this. Right, so at the end of a loop, this will be 0, and then in the next iteration it will be 1 or n or whatever, right? It's not the way to do it, I think. How to do it? Let's see. So if there is an e at the index of call, right, this case will happen. The case is if call index is equal to call, return this value. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense in my mind. It really does. Right, and then I just put this here. I just put this here, and then I give it whatever it needs. It should just need the row and column. Row, am I getting correctly? Okay, amazing, I'm getting correctly. Cool. That didn't work, definitely didn't work. Why didn't it work? Let's say in the last one, I think it didn't work because of that dollar sign. I have a hunch that didn't work because of the dollar sign. This row will have this dollar sign, right? Actually, isn't this simple enough that I can probably run this. Node, paste as one line. Never mind. Just do it in the console. I see. I see. I see. I cannot do it in the console. Okay. Let me just try to go through it in my mind then. So we would have gotten this, and then we would have gotten. So this would have given, first of all, how many columns would this have given? So this row split would, but so does this. So then my question is, no, this is one character, right? This is one character. So okay, my question is, if I take this first of all, and then do that match with that regex, am I getting what I want? I am getting what I want, right? So this is the array we're iterating through. So let's say, let's see. So this will be index 0th column. 0th column will go here. We'll check if the 0th element is E, it won't be, so it's false, right? And it'll be first column. This is where it gets interesting, right? In the first column, we will find that there is a letter, and then we'll increase the index and continue. So column index will be 1, column we want will be 1, I will be 2, I will be 1, and then row split of I, which is 1, should have been E, and it should have written true. Should have. It should have. Then why? Why is it not returning true? Let me just console log what this is doing. Console log is empty square. Any trues in here? There are trues in here. There are exactly 3 trues in here. So the problem is with my logic of square. The problem lies here. The problem lies here. This empty square thingy. If it is an empty square, opacity is 0. Why isn't the opacity set to 0 is my question. Should be these squares. So okay, if I set everything to true, it's not an empty square. It's not, it should be fully empty, but it's not. So something is going wrong somewhere. Square reference, nst HTML element, nothing special there, I think. Who takes priority? Does this div with default? I think I understand. I think I understand what's going on. Oh, it's this div I have to edit. This div, because that other div which I'm editing right now is a div inside of this div which contains the color and contains everything else. These children. So I need to edit this thingy, right? Which can't I just do by doing this and then this? Does that work? Am I tripping? Why doesn't that work? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Expression expected. I understand why that doesn't work. And then I can do this, right? Okay, cool. And I can remove this from here. Amazing. So now if I do, whoops, this, wow, that's cool. Not what I was expecting, but cool. Maybe that is what I was expecting, no? Story. No, that is what I was expecting. That is so cool. Wow, amazing. So if I want, okay, cool. This works flawlessly. Now, if I understand it correctly, I can still move pieces into it and they'll disappear. Yeah. I should not allow movement of pieces into empty squares, but we'll deal with that. We will deal with that. For that, I need to understand how movement into empty squares work. But okay, does this mean I have everything I need for, let's say, rendering just one square, two squares, even like outside the board, right? Maybe I do. Maybe I've taken the complexity out of rendering, but into this fan thingy. I need to make sure that every row is of the same length. Right, I need to make sure that every row is the same length. Ideally, that's a bad design. I need to make sure on the fen string level that every row is the same length. That is a bad design for passing in the fen string, but that makes my UI rendering much simpler. The question is, do I put in effort to manage all that in the UI thing and pass any normal fen string? Not normal, but any correct fen string. Which means some rows may not be equal to some other rows, but this component autofills empty square, there aren't empty squares. Ideally, I should. How hard would it be? So it would be that I need to check the longest row in all rows, and then put empty squares where to put the empty squares. No. Let's say I just want to add one square at the left of the last row, right? Which means every row on top of the last row. So what I'm thinking now is I want to add just one square. Let's see. Okay, let me just do that. Right, so I do not want an extra. I have extra rows now, right? I do not want that. I'll get rid of that, and I will also get rid of the extra columns. Actually get rid of everything that is extra. 8 8 8 8 and this. So this should just be a normal chessboard. Why isn't this a normal chessboard? I know why this isn't a normal chessboard. Why did I get rid of that row? Okay, I just need to get rid of this. Also, my old logic may have bugs, which I will soon figure out, but hopefully not. So please give me a normal chessboard. Why is it giving me an additional row? Why is it giving me an additional row? Why is there one? What? Baffling. No, it's not. It's not giving me an additional row. It's messing up the. Okay, it's not giving me an additional row. It's just messing up the starting index. The squares itself is messed up. We found bugs. Why are there bugs? Of course there are bugs. Because of this horrible function that I wrote in my last stream. That is called this get square. So it's White's perspective, right? I'll move this here. It's White's perspective. My 8th row index should be 0. Ideally, 8th row index is simply where you find the row that includes hashtag, which is the 0th row. Right? So it should be 0. My A file index should be non-existent. My A file index should be, if it's -1, I set to 0, so it should be 0. Right? So this is 0, this is 0. Num rows, num columns should be 8, 8 because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, okay. So now, row should be 0, column should be 0. Instead of it being A8, it's giving me 1, 8, basically, correct? So rank is 8, that is right. Rank is right. The issue is with the column, right? So Distance to a file, column minus a file index is 0. If it is greater than or equal to 0, I am returning 96. 96 is 1. What? ASCII. Ninety-six is wow. Okay. If it is 0, I want it to be. I do not want it to be A. I want it to be 97, right? If it is 0, I want it to be 97. But does this break things? This is break because it was working before. The other stuff was working as expected, right? Yeah. Okay, I need to test this well. I do need to test this well. Okay, so column minus a file index. What happens if what I need to test is the iterations where column minus a file index goes from negative to positive. It will be negative when the a file index is greater than the current column, which means it will be negative when I have another column on the left. Let's do that. Right, so for having another column on the left, I just need to make a no. It needs to be in the start, and then there should be a dollar. Right? See, problematic. Problematic. Problematic because my whole A file is missing. Okay, so here column minus a file index will be -1, and then I will return. Is it -1? It is, right? 65, which is capital A, correct? And then my column will be 1, a file index will be 1, and then this will be 0. I should be returning capital A, but I'm not returning capital A. Why does that happen? I have no idea. Why is my A missing? It directly goes to B. I have capital A and then I have B, which is 98, correct? Which is 98, which means that distance to a file is jumping from -1 to +1. There's no 0. How is there no 0, dude? How is there no 0? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. It's not working, brother. Okay. How are we getting a refile index from where? Row.index of we are replacing hashtag with 0, so we don't have to worry about hashtag. So index of this thing. So it should have been this dot index of dollar sign should have 1. Column minus a file index. I want to see if column equal to a file index. What I want to see is this ever happens, no? Zero, 1. This is column. Zero row. What? Yeah, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. Then why? Should all be zeros. Then why equal to 0? Why don't you give me 97? Why? Why do you give me a B instead? Why, brother? Why, brother? Oh, I understand. This should be distance to a file index. That's right. That's right. Everything makes sense now. I think everything makes sense now. So now if I remove this column, let's say I'm removing all this column. It's normal. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, what was I doing now? So I have this column, right? Now, instead of this column, I want it to be, everything needs to be empty. I just want this last one to be there. Yes, but okay, it will be painful because my numbers will go away, but we'll deal with that later. So if that is what I want, I will do this. What is your recommendation? It's this. Okay, cool. And then I want this to be 1. Wow, that works. That works pretty well. That works pretty well. Okay, and then let's say I'm adding another square here. Cool, that works pretty well. Hello, hi Aru. Same chess project is going on. I don't know when you sent this text. I have no idea. I don't know if you just arrived. Right, so now, but the thing is, if I want to add square here and square here, I need to worry about empty squares throughout on the top, which I shouldn't need to worry about. What I only need should be this stuff I can evaluate from the longest row. I think. I'm just trying to make the UI work for today. I want to make it so that it's very easy to add and remove squares. That's the challenge I'm working on today. Right, so the question is, are these redundant e's? Can I write code to get rid of these e's? I can't find the largest. I can find the largest row. Yes, I can. I can also find the orientation, no, the position of that row compared to my base 8 squares. And then I just pad the other rows with ease on left or right based on its position. I can do it. It is possible. I don't necessarily need the ease. But putting these ease makes the rendering so much simpler. Right, so now if I wanted to have two columns, why is it n? E, 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 and then this should be 2 and this should be 2. Oh, that messed something up. Did I forget an E somewhere? Yes, I did. E. Yeah. What? Why is it like this? 2, 2. There's an N. There is an issue. The notation is right. It's just that my... Yeah, I'll get rid of this. It's just that my white pieces are on the wrong squares. No. No. The notations are wrong. Why are the black pieces on the right square? A7. Where's the black rook? Black rook is on A8. It's rendering on B8. What is this? No, wrong. This black rook is on A8. It's rendering on B8. How do I get around understanding that? Wait, I will make all the empty squares a little less transparent. So my life is easier. 0.5. Yeah. Why is there a I throw? Why? Maybe I wrote the thing wrong. Tricky. E. Do I need this? I do need this. E. Correct. Seems correct. Seems correct. This also seems correct. white rook, 8 black rook. Why isn't it here? Why is it here? Why is it on b8? My first question, why are there 8? I'm very confused. So just to be clear, let me write this down. This is a good one. Debug this. Just to be clear, this one works flawlessly. So there should be one, there should be one. This one works flawlessly. Let me make it more transparent. This one really works flawlessly. Then the moment I add another column, it messes up. Why? Why does it have to mess up like that? Pretty sure it's the way the square is being returned for the additional columns. Okay, let me just check the first row, right? So I just want to print if row equal to 0, I just want you to print all my squares. Print this console.log all my squares on the first row. B8, A8, A8. B should not start with B8. No, should start with B8. NHE. Why is there an I in the last one then? Should start with B8. Wait, what? Damn, okay. So then what is my 766 row? 6th row somehow starts with A2 instead of B2. That's so interesting. Why? Why? That is insanely interesting. Why? There should be 2 squares before it. Oh, everything makes sense in my head. Oh my god, everything makes sense. Oh, I see what I did wrong. I see it. My A file index is not simple. It's not this. Wow, okay. This needs to be a function. Function get A file index row. Let's see, did you get it right? No, this is horrible. First find anchor index is equal to const anchor index is equal to row dot index of dollar. That's correct. Yes, if there's no anchor index, you can return 0. I did some similar logic somewhere, right? I did it in the context, chessboard context. No, chessboard context is calling that logic. I did it in this. I did it here. Isn't this the exact logic I need? Before marker is this. Let's see if this is what I need. Still don't know if it is. But that's not what I wrote. That's not what I wrote. Const anchor index is this. If anchor index 0 return 0. Right now before, I think it should be called before. Before, okay, I'll just call it marker because I called it that before. Marker index before marker is this, and then I have to I do have to just reuse this. Right, and then squares before marker, I will count like this. Yes, very similar. And then what I need to return is whoops, sorry for loud noise. Right, so what I need to return is the index of a file. So if it is first one, it's 0. If it is second one, it is 1. Third one is it is 2. So if there's 2 squares before the a file, then I simply just return 2. So I just return this value, right? I'm ready for everything to break. I'm so ready for everything to break. I'm so ready. I am so ready. Surprising. No, it broke. It broke. Of course it broke. Of course it broke. You 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So num columns has also a problem, right? So anchor index plus anchor index plus 1. Row.slice anchor index plus 1. What does slice do again? Section of the string, next beginning, next the end. The substring continues till the end of the object. So I'm getting everything from the file onwards and then doing my thingies. But what I'm not getting is the number of squares before the file. I'll rename this to actually num squares before the file, right? And then I will just get file index is basically the number of squares before file, right? Instead of getting anchor index like this, I get num squares before file. No. And then I need to add num squares before file, I think, to this, if that makes any sense. No. So this is actually getting the split before this. Or is it getting after? I mean, you have to understand what slice does. That's slice 2. So it's from 2 to the end, right? So 0, 1, 2. So I'm why did I do this? It's basically counting the stuff after my thing. How did this ever work before? I'm so baffled by this. Okay, so this plus num squares before file now. This should work. Yeah, this works correctly and flawlessly. Okay, cool. How did this ever work before? I'm so baffled. Wow, okay. This, never mind. I've broken everything else. Okay, works well. This can go here, which I don't want. That's probably the next problem. But yeah, back to my original question, I guess. Wait. The biggest test ever. Can I flip the board? Black. I can't flip the board. Of course I can't flip the board. Of course I can't flip the board. The board is flipped correctly, to be honest. It is flipped correctly. It's just that the empty squares aren't in the correct place. I understand why that is. I really do. In my soul, I understand. Wait, let me just make this actually transparent now that I don't need it. Square is 0, right? So it just extends towards the right. When it's flipped, it should extend towards the right of the white side, right? But it doesn't. It doesn't. Black. Yes, it doesn't, because it's just off. No, it's not just off. There's a lot more wrong with it. This hole, yeah, so this hole should be here basically. The position of the hole is off. That is because um that is because of my a square function only relies on the row number and column number instead of relying on the square itself. Oh wow. How to do this? Painful. I did do some flipping somewhere, right? Row index was flipped like this. So I am getting the correct row. Right? I am getting the correct row. That makes a lot of sense. I am getting the correct row. Previously you said yes, I'm getting the correct row. I'm just not getting the correct column index. Basically, if it is complex, I'm paying the price of editing an existing code base that very heavily relies on an 8x8 board assumption. Maybe I wouldn't have had these many pains if I decided to redesign everything. But it's okay, I'm close. Pain is worth it. So now in the isempty square, I do also need to take the board orientation, I think. And depending on the board orientation, I have to return isempty for. I have to iterate backwards basically. I have to iterate backwards. So instead of it being call index is equal to call, it will be call index equal to. It'll hurt my brain. But for now, okay, take board orientation. Board orientation string. Board orientation. I have board orientation now. So so this is not the condition I want, right? The condition I want to meet is if column is basically iterating backwards when we're flipping. So is it as simple as just the length of number of columns minus column if it is black? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? And board orientation is white. The board is black and call index is equal to now I have to also pass num calls, right? So num calls number num calls minus call minus one. Do we need minus one? Maybe we do. Wow, it works. Amazingly works. Okay. Okay, amazing. White, black. I can flip the board now. Cool, amazing. Right, so I have done this successfully. I think I will keep the complexity of putting each of having each row as of the same size outside of the UI. I think it's too hard to handle. I think that is okay for now. Because if there are, let's say, so what I'm worried about is situations like this. So okay, now let me just make it one, right? So I have one. So instead of, okay, so now my, why is it black perspective? White perspective. Oh no, no. Why? Why? Why is it like this? What is happening? Oh, I'm in so much pain. The black perspective is okay now, brother. Oh no 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 no. It's me. It's a typo. It's a typo. How is black perspective still okay then? I don't know. Okay, white's perspective. White. Yeah, it's okay. Everything's fine. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. So what I'm worried about is a case like this, right? But yes, I have to manually add the e. So e, not e here, right? Doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work because no, I know it doesn't work. There should be an E here and there should be an E here. E here. Yes. Okay, perfect. Perfect. This is the example I wanted to show. Right. So in a situation like this, my max my max row length is actually 10, but I cannot find that from maximizing individual rows. I have to find it with the padding I need to add on the left, max padding on left, max padding on right. That's what I have to be doing, which I don't want to be doing. So I just leave it on the fen being equal number of rows everywhere. I think that's a good assumption to have. Okay, cool. Now that we've made the decision, I have realized there are some more tasks. Fix notations. And also alignment. Like, how is this aligning? How is this aligning? I think it's something to do with the board width that we're passing in. Because we're simply just doing board width by 8 when we are doing, yeah, the problem is this, I think. The problem is the square component is doing this, and that's my, I think my guess why the alignment is a little messed up. Just a guess. Storybook root. Wow, we are overflowing the div that we live in. What div do we live in? We are overflowing the chessboard. Interesting. Interesting. So board has a width, is it? What is perspective? Perspective. CSS? Perspective is property to give 3D position element some perspective. Whoa. Who said this is 3D? Position relative, board styles, board width, board styles, height is width, width is width. I understand. I really understand. In my soul, I understand. Cursor default. What happens if I remove this? Will the alignment just magically stop working? It doesn't actually. Okay, cool. This is something we will figure out later. Fixed notations, dynamic squares. Actually, dynamic squares should also be done because of my decision on making each row equal number of squares. So we don't really need this. But I do need what I do need is fixed notations, fix moving pieces onto empty space squares, UI for adding squares, and then fix alignment issues. Okay. Best case scenario, we can finish all of these tasks today. Best case scenario. Right? Sure. Screw this for now. Now we get to notation. Notation. So what I want is the notation to be. So the notation is rendered right now. Render numbers is done. Wait. How was it done again? Is row is column. Understand. This is how it's done. And then if is row, then it will return. I understand. Okay, cool. And the letters and the numbers. Now, instead of is row is column, I want to first change this name to is notation row and is notation column. Sure. Right? So what happened? Is notation row is notation column. Notation column. Right. Now, instead of it being this simple, it needs to be the first column index that is not empty for that specific row. Which means I cannot do notations on a square level anymore because it depends on the other empty squares that are there in that row. So I have to do this outside on the level of squares component. Okay. So instead of this, I have to pass. I directly just pass is notation row is notation column as a prop, which means I can simply get rid of these three, right? So what I need is notation row boolean, is notation column boolean, and I can get rid of all these three things, and I can just get this from my props. And I can get rid of this, right? So now the burden of calculating which notation comes where belongs to my squares component. Right? What happened? Call is not defined where? In render letters. We still need it. We still need the column for the color, right? We don't need the row itself. Oh, we do need the row. We do need the row. Okay, we can keep these. We can keep these for the colors. Can get rid of this. Is notation row, is notation column. And we can put this here. And get rid of this. Right, and then we need to add our rows and columns back. Yep, everything's okay. Now for each row there will be only one square that is showing the, let's think. Tricky. For each row there will be only one square that is showing the column, that is showing the notation, and that square will be the first square that is not empty. So what I can simply do is notation row. I don't think is notation row is a good name, to be honest. I think I should change it to render numbers, right? So where did they go? There are no notations now. Why aren't there notations? I'm so sad. Oh, they're on top, and it's horribly wrong. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, render numbers and the letters, right? So letters need to be rendered on row equal to 0. So is notation column should be this. I'll change the naming, yes. And then column equal to da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da. Bottom left. So render letters. Letters should be rendered in the row that is the bottommost. This I can change to show letters. Show letters. Right, and then this is show numbers. And then I change this to show numbers, and I can get rid of this. So now we show numbers when column is 0. Show letters when row is 0. Row is 8765432 It's not 0, it's 1, I think. Wow, okay, so if row is equal to num rows minus 1, right? Yes. And when column is not 0, but okay, I understand. So showing letters will be much trickier, but showing columns will be simpler. I just need to maintain in this array, I need to maintain first non-empty index I find, I will so this will be, where is it? Where did it go? What was I thinking? Lost my train of thought. No, I remember. Yes, okay. So show numbers will simply be is empty space is empty space is not empty space and and not shown number previously. Should move this out somewhere. Square. Okay, I'll remove this. Const show numbers is equal to this thingy. I will set this to let show number previously is false, right? And then if show number, set this to true. Cool. Right, and then I just put this here. Et voila, it doesn't work. It does not work. Why does it not work? Why does it not work? It's not an empty space and the number hasn't been shown previously. It's true. Console.log show numbers. Why aren't you working? False and true. It's false. False. And then the second one is not an empty square. So that's true and true. Why don't you show it here? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Wait. See, where is R? R is here. Yeah, it's here. Color me confused and baffled. Let's see. So if show numbers console.log showing numbers for the square 8 a7 a1. This is exactly right. This is exactly right. Then why isn't the number being shown is my question. It's baffling. I think it is being shown but in the wrong color. How was the notation coloring work? Notation coloring. Yeah. So what was I doing? Notation. So how are we deciding the exact color of the notation? We're deciding it by purely the column, but we also need to decide it by the row. This is also a piece of code that is understand. I really understand now. Render numbers. Yeah, we need this instead of that. So if column is odd numbered, we put black color, otherwise white color, right? So one black color, right? But we need to flip that. So there should be some simple addition thing, right? So if column, so this is 0, 0, 1. Column is odd. If column is even number, we use black color. If it's odd number, we use white color, right? No, I'm still baffled actually. Yes, I'm still baffled. What? What? What are passing as rows and columns? Row is row, column is column. Right, so column is just basically the square. 0, 1. So here it will all be, wouldn't it all be 0? I'm so baffled. Render letters. I'm just looking at the wrong function. Wait, render numbers. Here it is. Right? So it depends on the row. If row is, why is it there twice? I'm so confused. If bold orientation is black, even rows will have black color, otherwise white color. If it is white, still even rows will have black color, otherwise white color. What is the point of this? What is the point of checking this? It's the same, right? Unless I'm like insanely blind. It's the exact same thing. Is it not? It is. Even rows, black color. Understand, we also have to add column here. So column plus row, 0 plus 1. If it is even, we need white. Okay, so it's simple enough, right? So this plus all, and this we can do every time. We don't really need to make a difference, but sure, I'll just add it. I don't know why it's there. Yes, it works. Works flawlessly. Works absolutely flawlessly. don't really need to. I don't think I need to edit the. Or do I? Do I need to edit the bottom? I think I should actually. I think I should. How tricky will that be? So now I need to see the lowermost. Right now it's very simple. It's the highest index of rows. I need to see the highest index of rows that is not empty. That's going to be tricky. Yeah, I will not do it. I just will not do it. I think it's too painful to do that. It's just going to make the code more messy for very low return on investment, I think. I think it's fine if these notations remain on this row, even if I extend things. Let's say I want to add a square here. How would I do that? I will need to add another row below that has an E, empty space, and then a dollar sign, and then 1, empty square, and then I will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 empty spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, amazing. But then this is problematic. No. Oh, yeah, it is problematic. Because it doesn't remain on. True. I understand why I need to make this change as well. I really do understand. I don't want to make this change. Then it's simple enough, isn't it? I just set it to 7. 7 if the board orientation is white. Actually, no, 7 regardless. But then, yeah. Yeah. Okay, how simply can I do this? I need to find the highest index of, no, the lowest index of row that is not an empty space. So it will be on the level of, no, it won't be on that level. Painful. Hi. Hello there. I'm currently struggling on a very simple thing, so I disagree, but thank you for the compliments. It's very sweet. Yeah, so I'll remove this for now. This is not a mystery anymore. But now I have to find within this, within each square that shares the same row index, the minimum. No, in terms of squares, it is the maximum. In terms of squares, the minimum. In terms of R, it's the maximum. So is it just easier to do it in terms of square? Maybe not. So for every square that shares the same row, shares the same column. Yes, for every square that shares the same C value, I need to find the max R value that is not empty. Okay, that shouldn't be that hard, no? I just need to pre-compute that and just check if that particular row index, that particular RC combination is something I want to display letters on. Okay, sure. So what is my is empty taking? Taking row column, number of columns, and board orientation, right? Doesn't take the row index, which I need to start taking, I think. Yes, we can work together. You can just sit and have this as background noise, and then you can also work. But yes, what was I doing? What was I doing? Um, so board orientation matters very painfully because, okay, let's see what happens if I just flip the board now to black. Hmm? This is all right. What? Why is my 7 missing? And why is it like this? Why is my 7 missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I have another idea. I have another cool idea. If I think I will never change the size of the board or never remove squares, then I think I can make this very, very simple and just show numbers. Show numbers when the column nah just show it on the normal squares, like on the normal chessboard, and never extend it. I think that'll be a much simpler solution to this problem. So for show numbers, it has to be on the file where so when column equals to a file index, basically, right? Right, so C equal to a file index. A file index. That works in both scenarios, right? So now right also works amazingly. But why is my one not black colored here? I understand why not. I guess I understand why not. I really do. Notation render both. How are you deciding the color? Ah, render bottom left. Both are white color. But is that correct? Wait, chess.com or just this this one. Bottom left square should always be black. Wow, I found another issue. Why is my bottom left square not black? Oh my god, I understand. It's the way square color has been. Oh, painful. Painful. Okay. Leave this for now. Leave the color. This is another problem that I'll face, but C equal to equal and X should be correct. And then R is equal to uh, so it should be in rows. How are we doing the hashtag thing again? Eighth row index, right? That's how we're doing it. So eighth row index. Whatever the eighth row index is, plus 8, isn't it? Plus 7. Plus 7. So R equal to 8th row index plus 7. Okay, nice. This is what I wanted. Cool. Now I just fix the colors. Now I just simply fix the colors. Let me flip the board one more time to see if that is correct. This in black. Yes, this is all. Why? I think I understand why. I think I do. Ether index is 0. Plus 7 is problematic. It should be, if it's black, it needs to be, painful. Total length minus eighth row index, is it? Board orientation equal to white is this, otherwise eighth row index itself, no, it is total number rows minus eighth row index. I think num rows minus eighth row index. Nice one. Unsure. Nice one. Nice one. Yep, that's right. That's right. That is correct. Okay, now I have to worry about the colors itself. I understand why the colors are being messed up, but for now we'll get it back to the normal board. this E, this E, this E, this E, this one, this E, this whole row needs to go away. This E needs to go away. Right, this should be normal board. Oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why are you not working? Bro, that's scary. Everything broke. Why is everything broken? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. No. Why? Why did it break? Why is it not there? We are over the hashtag. Oh no. Okay. Is it the dollar sign that's the problem? But I should have accounted for that. It should not be a problem. This whole thing can go away. This E can go away too. So dollar sign, I'm relying on dollar sign a lot, and I'm not handling the I'm not handling the missing dollar sign well. Why is that? Why is that? I should be handling that well, no? A file index. Maybe it's messing with the is empty. If I remove this, let's see. Right, somehow it just thinks I don't know what change cost is. I should have pushed really. I don't know which change cost is. Is it the empty square one? Wait, oh. So are there squares on top? No, there aren't. There aren't empty squares. There are empty squares on the bottom. Okay, alright. Front end is painful. What if I don't do this? What if it's all set to false? And then I remove this. Still a problem. It's not with my anti-square logic. Somewhere, somehow, I've introduced some problems. Or maybe this one. Ooh. -1. Oh, what the heck? No, that's wrong. If it is 0, not return 0. What this is anchor index used for again? Set it to let anchor index is equal to 0. No, actually no, I don't want to change it to anything. That's all it's used for, right? And then squares before row, then we return a 0. Okay. Then it is this was the issue, right? And then now if I remove this, it will be fine. Okay, thank God. Dude, every small little thing just causes big problems in my life. Okay, cool. So we're done with this. Fixed notations. Why? No, we're not done with everything. We're done with this. Now I found another issue where fix square colors. Let's see how simple this will be. Right. So what I want is the bottom left square to always be black. Correct. How is the square deciding what color to pick? Square color, controlled by this line. Okay, should be simple enough, I guess. Right. So I cannot simply start from, so if I start extending the board, right, so if I have just one extra square here, I want that one to be white. That means I will have all these extra squares on top. And the 0, 0, 1 will be, wait, so white, black, white, black, white, black, white, black. No, black, yes. So it needs to be black. So it's not necessarily a function of the index itself, but it's also the total number of rows we have. Is that a correct generalization? So if we have odd number of rows, I want it to start from black. If we have even number of rows, I want it to start from white. Does that make sense? No, I have to also account for rows being on top and bottom. Right? I always want H8 and A1 to be black. Wait, let me flip the board. I cannot think from black's perspective. It just hurts my brain. Because it's the opposite of what the fan is describing. The fan describes from top down like this. Okay. So if the number of rows, I need a pen and paper, to be honest. I do not have paper. To find some notes. So if the number, let's do rows first, right? So if the number of rows are even, I want the first square to be white. So I want okay, if columns and rows both are even, we need it to be white. Okay, right. If let's say I add another row on top, then the number of rows will be odd, but my first square I want to be black, where my row is even and my column is also even, right? But if I have, let's say I have another column as well, I have another column as well, which would be like either here or here. That changes stuff, doesn't it? Or does it not change stuff? Let's say I have a row here and a column here, right? So now I want the first square to still be black. Right, it depends on where my extra, yes, I understand a bit more now. Depends on where I am starting. So if I'm starting from, oof, wow. Hurts my head. It hurts my head, really. So it will eventually have to do with the eighth row index and a file index, right? So if the eighth row index is 0, I still and if eighth row index is 0 and a file index is 0, this applies. If a file index is 1, then I want to be flipping it. If both eighth row index is 1 and a file index is 1, I'm simply extending the board like this, which means I go back to it, right? So is it simply just this and eighth row index %2 equal to a file index %2. Does that make sense? Let's see if it makes sense. Right, so I will just add another row below. That's fine. I will add another row on top. Oops. Oh no. I understand. I understand that it's wrong. So basically, if this is true, we do this. Otherwise, we flip it to be black and white. Okay. Just function. Get row, get square column, right? And we have row, column, eighth row index, a file index, num rows, num columns. I don't think we need this. White or black, right? So now, very simply, if this is true, if this is true, then what I want is simply what I currently had. Get rid of this, which is this thingy, this thingy. Yeah, otherwise I turn the other one, right? And then I will just do what was it? Square color, square color. We'll use anywhere else. Not really. I can just do get square color here, then pass it everything. Oh. Here and then pass it. What the heck, dude? Here and pass it everything it needs. And then remove this and hope to God that makes sense. That does make sense. That does work. Now if I flip the board, that does make, wait, A1. This doesn't make sense, I think. Wait. E1 is top corner, right? So black. That should be black. That square should be black. Okay, screw black's perspective for now. Probably have to write some orientation code. But if we add another row on top, still works correctly. E1 H8 of n. If we add one row on top and one row on bottom, still works correctly. And if we add one column, so $1, I need to add that throughout. $1 still works okay. And if I add one at the end, so this is 9, this is 1, so 1, this is 9, 1, 1, 9. Yeah, works well. This works well. The moment I flip the board is when the problems begin. So white's perspective is okay, I think. It's fine. Now when I flip the board to black's perspective, it's fine in this case, but if I just, let's say, remove this, then this becomes wrong, correct? So in this scenario, I want it to be the opposite, is it? From black's perspective, if we find next, so here our A through index is, my brain hurts, so I have to flip this. A through index is 0. Our A file index is also 0. That's not what we need, right? What we need is now what we need in the event black is we need the total number of rows minus the A through index and the total number of columns minus the A file index, if that makes sense. So I do need so num rows and num calls. Right, and then also board orientation. Why is it so complicated? Doesn't need to be. I don't think this needs to be this complicated. But somehow painfully is. And I need board orientation. If board orientation equal to black, I will simply just set a throw index is equal to num rows minus 1. No, just make it minus 1. And a file index is num calls minus a file index. Does it work? A1 doesn't work. Should have worked though. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 9 minus 0 should be 9, and 8 minus 0 should be, so this should have been false, and we should have gotten black on top. Black. What happened? Oh, I didn't pass board orientation. Works. Okay, I have another way of making the notation just simpler. I just don't calculate the color myself. I don't know why they're doing that, to be honest. I just calculate it by a prop. So square color, white or black. Right now, render bottom left, install color, white color, black color. So I pass the square color. Let's get square color. And then here, I simply just do square color. I have to pass this square color. Square color is equal to white, then white color. Yes, do that everywhere. Wait, what? Why? White color, black color, white color, black color. Does it work? Understand, it has to be the other way around. Board orientation. So black color, white color. Works flawlessly. Works so beautifully, flawlessly. Flip the board to white. Works well, amazing, works really well. And then if I have a weird configuration where, yeah, the real test is Now let's say I have that configuration where the last two rows, so I have an empty square $1, and then I have a empty square at the end over here, right? So now I have an empty space $, and then this ends with an empty space, and then everything else $e, and then I have $, and then $, and then E. Does this work well? Yeah, this works well. Let's go. It works well. Let's go. Let's go. It works. It works. If I flip the board, black. It works. It works amazing. Flawless. Amazing. Okay. Oh, this was so painful, dude. I'm sure there is a way to clean this up. I'm sure, but it's just that my brain doesn't really find the way. Like I don't think we need everything for the square color, but maybe we do. Maybe we do. I don't know. It's just the way that I think the issue is that this code was originally designed for an 8x8 board and simple to read for an 8x8 board, but then converting that to a dynamic board is making it harder. Maybe the simpler way is to refactor it the way I'm rendering squares. Too lazy to do that. I will hope that there's no more changes and this is how it is, right? So we have done this. Fix square colors, right? Now we have to do fix moving pieces onto empty squares. This magic trick for which we have to understand how moving pieces works. And before I do that, I'm gonna go pee and come back. Oh wait, I should have increased the font size actually. I don't know if people can see what I'm writing. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah. I was thinking during my bathroom break, I think it makes sense for me to just support a fen string doesn't have equal row length for each row, you know, because I eventually have to do it. Like I do have to do it when I design my chess moves, like chess moves package, or like the logic. I do have to eventually, I guess, there I have to make sure that each row is equal length. And I think if I have to do it anyway, might as well just do it closer to the place where the equal rows matter. I don't want, because the only reason it has to be equal rows is rendering it becomes much simpler, right? So maybe I'll do that. I'll do that like as an optional thing. Optional and with unsupport. Wait, put it like this. Support fen with unequal row length. Right? Yeah, the way I'm just thinking is that when I'm just parsing this, I have a function that just equalizes the rows and then sets it to like this at some stage. So maybe it can be here in the squares function, or maybe it could just be in the chess context place, but yeah, that should be simple enough. Yeah, but before that, I will work on, yeah, not being able to move the pieces onto empty space. That's the plan. So how does moving work? Now I have to start reading this code. So handle drop. Board piece, square piece is spare. Handle spare piece drop. What is that? Board piece. Piece is spare. Square ID. Square piece. Piece is spare. What does spare mean? Handle spare piece drop. Handle spare piece drop, of course, is coming from just context. Handle spare piece drop. Is valid drop on spare piece drop. Piece target square. Ooh. If is spare piece on promotion check item dot square square item dot piece. L set promotion square. Else handle set position item dot square square handle set position. Also need to understand what handle set position does. Manual override. Okay. Source square equal to target square. Clear arrows. If pre-moves are allowed and is waiting for animation, are pre-moves allowed and last piece. Whatever. Piece of 0. Okay. it if transitioning, don't allow new drop position, current position set was manual drop. Honestly, I don't understand much of the code, but we'll go one by one. Handle drop, let's see, use effect, get bounding, client rectangle, set squares, default style, okay. So who's calling this handle piece drop, right? Use drop. This is the drag and drop stuff, okay. Is over. Collect monitor dot is over. Use drop square, current position on piece drop is waiting for animation, last piece color. Okay, accept piece. Understand. Drop handle drop, right? Okay, sure. Piece is pre-moved piece. Piece style. Can drag, is dragging. Use drag. Use drag probably comes from that React TND. Okay. Type piece, item on piece drag, begin square, end, item monitor drag, end, piece square. Square squares. Delete piece from square. If was outside the board, how it did drop, not monitor did drop. If the drop target was has handled the drop event, false otherwise. Okay, if a target did not return a drop result, the drop returns true. If a target did not return a drop result, the drop returns true. Use it inside and drag to test whether the drop target has handled the drop. False if outside and drag. Okay. So this should return something, is it? No, it doesn't return anything. Monitor. Why are they doing what? I don't understand. Collect monitor. Can drag, draggable piece. Source square. Is draggable piece. Is draggable piece. Context is draggable piece. Is draggable piece. Okay, understand. Delete piece from square. Delete piece from square. Context. position copy, delete position square, set current position to position copy, get position object from position. Okay, so this on the end happens. I understand. On drag piece, and I guess it adds that piece to that square. On drag piece and nothing happens. Okay, so I guess the square handles it then. Handle drop probably handles it, right? Handles pair piece drop. I don't know what this pair is. Ideally should be generated by piece, right? The item itself. Item. On piece begin to drag. On piece drag begin. Nothing. Okay, and then it returns p square and id. Piece is what? Where is piece coming from? Piece is just a string. I understand. Square, I know. ID is coming from where? ID is coming from the chessboard. Okay. P square ID. Read only is spare. What is spare? Spare piece. Piece spare ID. Oh. Port piece, spare piece. So it's set in the type definition itself. So basically the difference is that this one doesn't have a square. This one doesn't have a square it started from. That's what the spare piece is. How is that even possible? Handle drop. Maybe it is possible to do it somehow. Hey Google, turn on table lights. Sure, let's just assume that it's not spare. I think it's not spare because it does return a square, right? Yeah, that learn something new. You can do this also. Cool. So on promotion check otherwise handle square item dot piece and then true. Handle set position. Handle set position. Handle set position. Square. So item dot square is the source square. Target square is our square. And then the piece, and then was manual drop override. Was manual drop override. Set was manual drop override. Dude, this is a complex as heck function. Handle drop. So, okay, but how do they do? Wait. Let's just commit this for now. gc message added empty space UI support push. Now I go to main, right? How are they doing? My question is, how are they doing Stories. How do they do? They do import chess.js here, correct? Yeah, chess.js. How are they using this? Game. Set timeout. On drop. Oh, they overwrite the on drop. I see. I think I see. Game copy, move, set game. If move equal to null, return empty, and then they are setting the on piece drop. Okay, so on piece drop should be in the context on piece drop. Default is true. Now in the square, where are we calling the on piece drop? Here we are. On piece drop. We're not calling it, are we? Baffling. A little baffling. I think I remember seeing this being called somewhere, no? Square on piece drop. On piece drop. Valid move. Ah, we're calling it in the handle set position. I see. Okay. I understand. Executed position must be updated externally and captured by use effect above this move to show on board. On piece drop. Valid move, non valid move, clear pre-moves. Was manual drop. False. Else. Delete new on drop position. What is this new on drop position? New on drop position, current position. Get position object, clear promotion. Okay, understand a bit more now. So this handle set position simply just if on piece drop dot length is valid move, otherwise we delete. So this seems to be some pre-move logic. We don't have to worry about it just yet. I don't want to worry about that. If pre-moves are not allowed and it's waiting for animation, we return new position, new on drop position. So current position is copied into this. Set was manual drop. What does this do? What is manual drop? Where is this used? Use effect. Set current position, new position. It was made using drag and drop. Okay, new position is coming from where? Set current position. Okay, I understand. Okay, cool. Set last piece color. Ooh, last piece color. Color the last piece move. Where are we using this? View salon waiting for an animation. If last piece color equal to this for some pre-move logic. Okay, delete the source square. Target square has piece. Set the current position. Got it. Okay. I understand. We're doing set current position in both places. Set current position is happening multiple times. No, it's also happening inside the use effect. New position is gotten from position prop. Okay, sure. I will not mess with this. Seems like some state stuff. So what I need to add here is in the handle set position, I just have to make sure that the square is not empty, right? So does it then make sense to maintain a map of empty squares, empty space squares, not empty squares, non-existent squares, I guess we can call it. I guess it does. Yes, it does. Which means I need to have another state here. Just provide a context, interface, required chessboard props, exported by context, arrows, and also, so the position is also in this, right? Is that position in this? Position? No. Position. Position is in this. Current position differences. Chessboard props, because it extends chessboard prop somewhere, no? Chess context provider. I see. Okay. Doesn't really provide that. It takes these things in as a prop. What is forward ref? Something. Okay, cool. So this one. Right. So maybe I should add it here. The non-existent squares is basically a square and boolean. Okay, cool. And then I will use this one, convert to position. Oh no, I'm not even in my branch. Okay, whoopsies. That's fine. I will add my not just modify fan, but non-existent squares. And then object, modified event to object. So here, right, if it's E, I do want it to get the column notation and then current row, right? I do want to do that. And add it to that. So can I simply just return both now? The position const non-existent square. And then here I will add this thingy, right? And then return both. Return both like this, I guess. And then I will have this thingy, right? And then this should not work, but it somehow works. I don't understand. Position, comma, non-existent squares is equal to modified object, right? Position and then I will use this, and then I will also const non-existent square set non-existent square, right? I will remove these. Why is new position having a problem? New position, new non-existent squares. Set current position. External row has come in before animation is over. Cancel animation, immediately update the position. I do want to update. Okay, set non-existent squares, non-existent squares. And then I will return the non-existent squares. Yes. Here. New what? Right, this is not a problem. This is a problem. Current non-existent squares, set current non-existent squares. Whoops. Why can't I undo? Set current non-existent squares, and then this should be current non-existent squares. And then I will return that instead here. Why? I'm still returning current position here, right? Current position. Yeah, I am. Then why? What's the problem with returning this? I understand. I understand. I need to change the name of just provide a props. Not this, not this, not this, this. Yeah, current non-existent squares. Yes, this is right. Okay. Cool. And then in my handle move and no, in my chess, hey Google, turn on the lights. Context provider. I will have no, what was it called? Should be coming from square it in handle set position. I will additionally check if the target square is an empty square, and if it is, I will simply return. Right, so if current non-existent squares not source square but target square, then I will return. Wow, amazing. Does that make sense? Right, so I can, why can I do this still? It's an empty square. Why can I do this? This should be possible, this should not be possible. Okay, console log current non-existent squares. I want to see what is the non-existent square. So this is what, h2, right? h2 ABCD of GH I2. I2 isn't there. Why isn't I2 there? I1 and I2. I'm so baffled. E1. E1. Why is E1 true? Bro, this is all wrong. Okay, then I guess the issues with my modified fen to object function and to object function. This here. If it is E, is it just that the row index is correct but the column index is wrong? Is that it? Let's see. So there are total of E1, E3, but it's supposed to be it's supposed to be capital A1, capital A3. Now I'm thinking maybe it is supposed to mark it before I change it. Yeah, it works. Let's go. Nice. Okay, let's do it. Prevent dead pieces from moving into non what did I name it? Moving into non-existent squares. Nice. Okay. So then we are done with this. This is gonna be hard. This is gonna be hard. Oh, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna take a small 5-minute break and then continue with this. This is gonna be the biggest one, I guess. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a little hard. I have to make sure that it's at the border of my current chessboard where I can, see a piece and then add it to the current position. That's gonna be tough because then, yeah, that's gonna be tough. Because now this this code base works on an underlying assumption that any piece move will be related to dragging and dropping a piece. But now it is, in addition to piece moves, it is also this adding of squares. I do return the modified fen as props, but when the modified fen changes, are we changing the position? There's some use effect here, right? Yeah, there's some use effect here that this depends on that changes when the position changes. Okay. Sure. But when I do some state operations with the modified fen, this may not run. Instead of position, it should be modified fen. Cool. 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 I understand. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. This is all fine. Was drop. Yeah, so I have to somehow find a way to create squares beyond my current border. And then yeah, basically have some hover effect where the opacity becomes from 0 to like some non greater than 0 value. So when I hover over here, I can see a square, and when I click that, I need to be able to add that to the fen. Ooh. So I do have to modify this a bit, the on drop piece thing, because that's not really inclusive of all the ways the state of the board can change. Now the state of the board can change without moving a piece. Painful. It's a little painful. That's a little painful. Okay. Let me go take a small break and then I'll come back. I also want to remove that console log. Where is that console log? I cannot find it. Where is the console log? This should be in the handle position change thing. I can trace it from square. This thing. Handle. Yeah, here. Okay, this works flawlessly. Right. Right. I'll be right back. I will be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay, I'm gonna get some snack also. Wait, I'm still not back. I do have an idea. I have an interesting idea to make the thing work. I do. I do have an interesting idea. It has to do with the empty squares. Not empty squares, empty spaces. So my square does define an empty space, right? With the transparency 0. So all these are empty spaces. I mean, okay. First, I want to try like an on hover effect for only the empty spaces to set the opacity to something lesser. Right? So that I guess will look something like um uh hover CSS on hover a hover. But how do I do that specifically for React on hover? On mouse enter and on mouse leave. Okay. So is it something like on mouse over? Let's see. On mouse over square. Current click down. Draw new arrow. But this arrow thing isn't working, right? Or is it working? Oh, it is working. Wow, I understand. Cool. Square. Draw arrow. Draw arrow. Draw arrow. Draw arrow. From square to square. Use arrows. Okay, I will just I think disable arrows for now. Disable arrow. Chessboard props. Are arrows allowed? Nope, they're not. Deal with them later. Are arrows allowed? False. So this will not work. But I will, however, reuse the on mouse over to set how to set current element style. um how do I set the okay, I'll make it do that for me. So square.tsx, can you set the opacity style property of my square element when element 2.4 when mouse moves over it? Change the squares, is it? What did you do? On mouse out is hovered. It's using a state to set the style property. Is it? I understand. I understand. Okay, cool. That's a cool idea. Cool. I will do that. Square state. New state. Set is hovered for on mouse over. It is hovered to true. On mouse out. Set is hovered to false. And then in styles, we do is hovered background red, nope, is hovered, and opacity equal to 0.4. So now, nice. Okay, I also have to do and is empty space. Nice, cool. Actually could be higher, 0.8, 0.6. Maybe opacity is 1. Maybe. Okay, cool. Let me change it back to the normal chessboard actually. Da, 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 da. So this should be normal chessboard with nothing around it, right? So now I will somewhere I will modify the fen to have additional one, or depending on how many squares I want to add at a time, like a one line or a one, basically rows plus 2, is it? Each column will have a new thing, and then there's going to be a new row, is it? Right, that makes sense. Right. So where do I add that? Where do I possibly add that? Add padding something. So in chessboard context, is it? Let's do a simple one first. No. So in the modified fan, I will add some padding. Right. So function add modified fan. Right, and then this function will take addition dimension, right, and this should be x number, y number. The reason I'm doing this, why does it give me problems? Cool. Yeah, so the reason I'm doing this addition dimension thing is because I want to playtest the game and manipulate what I can add. So I may want to add just a 1 by 1 cube, or a 2 by 2 cube, or a like 8 by 1 cube, or whatever, right? Or maybe I'll just keep it simple and I'll edit this later. But the idea is that's what's gonna happen, right? So rows is modified pen, and no, I don't want this. Get out of here. I want to add padded const padded rows is equal to so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. No, my padded row should be, yeah, this is where I do have to calculate the max size of the row. Oh no, that's a bit annoying. So if it's longer, I will have another thingy to add. Actually, no, I cannot. I should not. It should be the size of the first row and the size of the last row. I can only extend by that much. But then there may be empty spaces. So do I allow them to extend empty spaces? Tricky. For now, let me just add this. Right. And then wait, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. And then I will have the, can I just do dot 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 rows and add some more stuff? That works, right? Cool. So I can just return this. No, that's not what I return. Return pararows.join. Okay, and then I will have that here. Mm, yeah, I have to worry about when to apply this and when not to apply this. But where is it? Hmm? Where are my empty rows? Where are they? Where are they? Console log modified fan, pad modified fan. Yes, but where is it then? You just ignored it. Where are these E's? So they are there, but wait, what? They're gone. Oh, I understand. I really do understand. It's in this use effect, isn't it? This is the problem, isn't it? Pad modified fan. Then why? Why? Why square? Is that thing still there? My is hovered. Yeah, it's there. A0, A9. Why is it from the black's perspective? White. Are primos allowed? False. So A9 and A0, B9, B0. Sure, they're there, but why isn't it rendered is my question. I'm so baffled. I understand. I do understand. I need to set this modified fan thing. I think I should make a new one. So modified fan is something that's being passed by wait a second. It's not under props, is it? It is. Modified fan, it's there. So how are you passing it to this? Just board provider props. Okay, sure. Modified fan. So I don't really need to send this. I want to send yeah, okay. We are calling added modified and right, and then instead of just passing modified fan here, I do pad modified fan of modified fan. Yeah, and then it should work. Nice. Okay, so now I have to add for each row. I need to add a So a dollar E and a E and a dollar E and an E. So now I can make one here as well, right? And then I for each row, um, ret just wet. Let padded const no let padded rows string for const row in rows. Padded rows dot push. Okay, if row dot includes okay, hash first of all, hash I have to worry about the hash and I have to worry about the dollar. It's a little painful to do that. Let new row equal to row dot replace hash with hash e dollar sign. If row that includes dollar sign, new row equal to if it contains both. Okay, wait. If this and row that includes dollar sign, I want to just replace the dollar sign with the e dollar, right? And then if it's just the dollar sign, I want to replace dollar sign with e dollar. So I don't even have to worry about this case because that if it doesn't contain dollar sign, it just contains hash. That's right, done. Just contains hash. I want to replace the new row equal to row dot replace. Replace hash with e dollar sign. That makes sense. Push new row. Okay. Let new row equal to row, I guess. Or let new row is a string. Okay, then new row equal to, yeah, can I simplify this somehow? If this both, I do this replacement. If only there's dollar, I do this replacement. Yeah, then I think I should just move this to the top, right? When I don't really need this case. It contains the hashtag. I just do this. Do I do that? Sure, it's not perfect. I think I just do this and continue. Continue. And then this should be here as well. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, otherwise I just push the row, right? No, if there's neither, then I do e $sign plus row. Does that make sense? That makes sense. Plus row plus e. Plus e plus e. Okay, this is a horrible function, but it does what I want. Right, so this is 1 square because we're adding like 1. Now we can add more than 1. So let's say we add 2, right? So that's e, and then this is going to be e, and e, and e, right? And then e. So now I will be able to add 2, but that's not exactly what I want. I want to be able to add the whole chunk in a row, right? So if I hover over it, it should be able to find out which category it is in and then add. Tricky. I don't want to. Okay. Maybe for the MVP, I'll just use this and then later modify it if I think I need. But then I want to make the modification easy. That's the problem. Then how? Never mind. For now, I will just write the logic for solidifying these squares as a part of the board. For now, they're just options, right? Yeah, later I'll solidify them. I'll worry about how to do the padding logic efficiently later. Right now, in the square, before we do the solidification, we need the ability to change our padded modified fen, correct? So we need to export like a set modified fen that needs to be able to, no, we need to be able to change how this handle position change thing works. Remove this. square. Inside the square we are handle set position. So instead I have to add a thing which, instead of handling set position, I spawn square. Function spawn square. Maybe it should be 0.9. 0.9 basically. Wait. Opacity 0.9. And then on mouse down, on mouse up, on click. Here we go. Piece current position square, on square click, square piece. I think that's just something. Move from has options, get move options, square. Wow, what is this? Clear arrows. Oh, get move options. Game.get move. Ah, has move options. Show promotion dialog. Promotion. Okay. Game copy, set down, set move from, move to, set option square. Option squares. Cool. This doesn't matter. Okay. Context. So on click. Right. On square click has probably some default value. Yeah, it does nothing. Okay. And then clears. Okay. On click. If it's an empty square, I will spawn the square, right? In order to do that, what do I need to pass to my chess context? Const added modified fan, set added modified fan, right? And then This one needs to be passed here. Set parrot modified fen, right? The thingy will change the parrot modified fen. Ah, that's a complex logic. Based on which square? That's a complicated logic. That's a complicated logic. Yeah, okay. I guess this part I will leave to next time. I'm too tired to think of it. Yeah, I still have to do this. Complex. Maybe I shouldn't maintain the state of the board as just a fan. It becomes very hard to manipulate it. Maybe I have to derive my own game board state where I have like yeah, but that will change this logic. I'm not looking forward to it. That will change. Why no? See, that will change this whole logic of rendering stuff, which I'm not looking forward to. But yeah, I guess I need to do it because otherwise it becomes very, very painful to change anything. Okay, cool. Refactor board state object to be simpler. We are using modified fen for now. So what do I need in this object? I need all the squares that are on the board, and ideally need, if it's an empty space, an empty square, or a piece, right? Yeah, and then if I ever have to modify that state, I can pretty easily by converting a square to something that is an empty. Yeah, I understand. Okay. Then I guess it's a big enough task. I don't think I can finish it this stream. Okay, whoever's watching, thank you for watching. I didn't make as much progress as I hoped to, but I kind of made progress, I guess. Progress is slow, but definitely there. Okay, hopefully in the next session I will have my UI stuff ready. I still need to think about how to make adding squares, and then think about how to make adding squares dynamic, which means like how many squares to add. Adding dynamic number of squares, I guess. Adding dynamic number of squares. Yeah, so I do have, so this I think I would consider as a done UI for adding squares, just that yeah, refactor boot state to make it simpler, then modify board state on added square. Yeah. This is hard because the thing is I cannot put the logic of adding square within the square component, because now when I hover over like a square, for example, if I want a 2 by 2 square to be added, or like a whole row to be added, then that should be managed by not within a square, but with the whole squares component. But the hover effect is managed by, yeah, I understand how to do it. It's just gonna be painful. It's gonna take time. Okay. Yeah, might need to move square adding logic outside square component. Okay, cool. I know what I'm doing for my next session. I have a pretty good idea what to do. But yes, oh, this is more complicated than I expected it to be. I Yeah, I'm constantly thinking of whether it would have been easier to rewrite a whole chessboard myself. But then that would come with its own cons. Like I wouldn't have this drag and drop, nice animation and everything. Yeah, and a bunch of other cool things that does. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe not. We'll see. For now, thank you for whoever's watching. I see there's one concurrent viewer right now. I do not know who it's watching. I don't know if it's Nikita or if it's Aru. But thank you for sticking along the journey, the slow slow journey. I will see you guys next time. Keep a bye.